go into that, you have more than one burden. It's not just the marriage. You are also working for the deen. But in most cases, they end up working against the deen. I've seen several cases where she will become a Muslim, she will marry him, now she becomes a Muslim. She will marry him, he will mishandle her, he will mistreat her, that she doesn't want to have anything to do with Islam. Once you go there, then you have to increase 1,000-fold your patience. You have to increase your sacrifice 1,000-fold. It's not the same with others. Because if you succeed, even the reward is not the same. And you also have to think of those children. How are they? If she moves away, she goes back to her, she reverts to her religion, and the children, what happens to your children? You don't care? We need to really include that in the da'wah. We need to include that in talking to each other, and so on. Iddah, if she finishes her iddah, she can marry. And again, others. I put the others because there may be others that I have not thought of, or we have not thought of, that can be added. Qualities to be sought in a spouse, either way, male or female. Piety, good character, kindness, loving, respect, and so on. And some you will see, some you will observe, some you will see traces or nuances, but you will not be sure until you see. You will ask questions, you will try to see, you will observe, you will listen to. They are not, again, exhaustive. Factors to consider in a wife: righteousness, good character, depending. If she is a maid, we don't expect virginity. If she's not, what this is trying to say is that one should keep oneself, not to be promiscuous. It's ability to bear children, inshallah, loving attitude, contentment, naivety, beauty, compatibility. But the Prophet ﷺ said what? What should we look for? The deen? The character? The family? What? Wealth, But which one is more sustainable? He said, but choose the deen because it's more sustainable. All the others, beauty will fade, wealth may go, and the family may not be sustainable also. In a husband, deen and good character, position of wealth, righteousness, compassion. Why did you think that these ones, there are many more, were considered? Why? Deen and good character, position of wealth, righteousness, compassion. Any answers? Any observation? Any inputs?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
If you take the ayah in Allah says, وَمِنْ آيَاتِهِ أَنْ خَلَقَكُم مِنْ أَزْوَاجِكُم مِنْ أَنفُسِكُم أَزْوَاجًا لِتَسْكُنُوا إِلَيْهِ مَوَدَّةً and وَرَحْمَةً. That Rahma actually represents all.
The four of them. Yes. Alhamdulillah. So also following from there are several things to look for, but at least these are from what Allah has guided us. Go. Can I move forward? Huh? Okay. To the marriage contract. Have I left something out? What is there? We have, what are the elements? Let's discuss together. Huh? What are the elements in a marriage? What is required? Anybody? Who are the parties in a marriage contract? The mahar or the dowry. What about it? Who are the representatives? What happens when we come to sit down to legalize? What happens? Who serves as the witness? Have I left something out for the experienced? In the contract, we started the process from the kickback, the courtship. Now we have finally decided. We feel yes, she is the one, he is the one. The family are saying yes, the choice is good, right? And then we come to sit down to say, today we are going to make it legal. Meaning that before that, remember during courtship we said marital relationships are what? Prohibited. Marital relationships are prohibited. Today with this contract, the relationship will be what? Legal, valid, halal. As opposed to the living together or the cohabitation, where it is haram. It is not valid, it is not legal, it is illegal. Today, we will tell the whole world that this person and this person, when you see them together, it is halal, it is legal. Applaud when you see them together, not frown your face. Oh, it is all what we are saying, right? That is why we call people during marriage. Come and witness. We are legalizing the coming together of so and so. Like we tell young children, relax. It's not time. When it is time, who will be the one to go ahead and ensure that it happens? I hope it is clear. So, this is where it happens. You are the ones going to the Dauran Aure. Tell me, have I left something? Look at it, Imam. Wakil, or I left the Wakil. What happens to who is the Wali? Wali, is it not the same? Okay. So, thank you, I will note that. But I thought, yes, it is. And that is why I said Wakil. For the woman, she needs a representative. That's the Wali. Oh, she needs, what is the translation? The Wali. So what about Wakil? Wakil is also representative. Protector. Or in Islamic politics, the governor. Huh? That's what I'm saying. And the Wali is the protector. Okay. So we will add to that. And what happens during the process? Muna nema mun bayar ko? An baka. Eh? You wanted to say something? Yes. What is the name?
Karim.
Karim.
Yes. Prof, we have situations where the parties, one of the parties is not interested, but the parents are forcing us, in some of the cases, they have even forced them or her into the marriage. So, under such situation, the contract, is it a defective contract?
It depends on the status of the lady. If she is a maid who has been married before, her consent is not, she doesn't need the consent of her parents. But for the virgin or the girl, she needs consent. And the father also has the power of ijbar because he sees that this is good for her. He sees that which she does not see. Maybe she is using emotion and so on and so forth. But of course, there are lots of discussions, arguments, and discuss on using the power of ijbar by the parent or by the father. Whether at what age, what kind of is she mentally okay, and so on and so forth, and so. But what I think is important is that for the girl, her consent will be asked, but she cannot given higher. If not because of today, but truly, the Prophet ﷺ told us that the girl does not answer, and silence is also an answer. Cool? But for the maid, you have to seek her consent. You cannot use, when I say the maid, the person that has been married before, or older, you have to seek for her consent before the marriage takes place. The issue of forced marriage, the issue of the ijbar, are issues that are sometimes deliberated and discussions or decisions taken on merit. What is the reason for the marriage, and for the father not seeking the consent, for the father feeling that his decision, his opinion is more superior than that of the daughter. It also happens to the boys. Go? Yes. But it's very rare. Very rare. Yes, sir.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Please, I have this question regarding the wali and the wakil.
Okay.
In this, our recent times, I don't know if the role of the wali and wakil only ends after the marriage contract is done. Because there are instances after the marriage, you hear and see the couples going through a lot of challenges to the extent that they are even divorcing. And you hear that the parties who sat to consummate the marriage are not even concerned and are not showing any concern about it. And they can even publicly say, Baruwamu, you should go and solve your own matter. So will Allah hold them accountable for that? Are they responsible to sit them down and bring it together?
So you have gone further than me. The wali and the wakil are supposed to continue with the couple and arbitrate, counsel, and so on. But nowadays, how do you choose the wali and the wakil? How do you choose them? Sometimes it is somebody that is way, just a friend. You want to do kara to that person, you want to honor that person, say, okay, be the wakil. Wait, they cannot, the couple will not even, they are not even in the same axis. Ideally, Dama, it should be the parents, right? Because they are the ones close to you, or immediate uncles, if necessary. But now, the wakil and the one, they don't. We conducted a research on divorce and its prevalence. And what we found with some of the complaints is that because the husband feels that he has something, or he married, he is the one that sponsored himself to get married. You know, nowadays we cannot do anything without factoring in poverty. It has taken away the power of the parents or the wakil. And they feel that at all, no consultation, no coming to discuss with the parents or with the wakil that something is happening in my house. What do I do? How do I relate? How do I resolve this issue? And so on and so forth. Pam, divorce. I hope it is clear, but that is not how it should be. There are several stages of engagement to resolve a conflict, to resolve a problem within the household. Like we said, just because they came together, they're happy, they are married, they're happy with each other, does not mean they will not disagree. Does not mean there will be no differences of opinion. But those differences of opinion, those disagreements should be tackled with some of the approaches you gave earlier on. Yes, sir.
I would like to associate myself with what Saeed just said about the role of the wakil and then the wali. From the discussions, you will realize that it is a process that starts with the selection, with no, it's a process. It involves discussions, and then it involves also consultation. Now, the wali and the wakil are not able to play their role very well because, from experience, usually those who participate, the real actors who participated in the process of the marriage, are changed on the day of marriage. The father or the parent, the family has some guests. Sometimes they are coming, they are not people who live within the community. Okay, so in order to impress, there is a big politician.
Sometimes the wali or the wakil is decided on the
so
in the venue. Yes.
They quickly decide on the wali. Even
Yes.
what is more painful is even the witnesses. They have no idea about how the marriage process. They have no idea. So when
What are they witnessing?
Shade and Zur.
Laleka.
So when the couples, young couples are facing challenges in their marriages, seriously, it usually takes the intervention of imams or some people who are close to look at them. I don't know of the, what's the name of your mosque? Dar es Salaam. But in my place, at the Ghana Police Mosque, seriously, how we have a big challenge resolving issues of marriage. Sometimes we are successful, and other times we are not. So I would like to empower people, the key actors, to consult with their parents and then make sure that you mean not to go and fight them, because this is the way you empower people. They use it the wrong way. Engage them, and that they should make sure that those who are representing you on this day that you are taking a decision of your life should be persons who you can fall on in times of crisis. And then added to that is the fact that marriage process is very difficult, but they have made the divorce process should be more difficult than the marriage process, but they have made the divorce even cheaper, seriously cheaper.
And the marriage difficult.
Very, very difficult. Yes. So added to that, Aisha didn't give me the opportunity to ask my question. Added to that,
Okay.
you indicated that the issue, before I forget, the issue of engagement and closure. When there is engagement, it means that everything is closed. But some ladies are lucky, so they receive multiple proposals. Yes, some ladies, it's not propaganda, it's reality.
Can I come in, please, Imam? Can you please hold on to some of your comments? After, I'll give you the time to express yourself. Okay. I'll be very happy if you accept this from me.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Professor, please, we can continue.
Okay, the witness. I think we have discussed all that. Go. So we can move on. So, marriage celebration. This is what we give more significance to. This is what we give more.
Okay. So please, can we hold on to questions and comments? When she's done, I'll give you the time for your questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
The marriage celebration is what we prepare for, not the marriage. Maybe I will say, let's differentiate. The wedding, which is one day, or at most 1 week. Well, even if you are going to do it, or even let's say 2 weeks. That is what we prepare for. Not what happens after everybody has gone, and it is me and you. When we are supposed to prepare for that, the marriage, not the celebration, not the wedding, not the festivities. Festivities, mashallah, we need to show happiness. We have invited people to come and witness that we are getting married. We show happiness. The Prophet ﷺ has said, do a walima, indicate that you are happy, indicate your gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He has given you the apple of your eye, He has given you, and so on and so forth. Right? But instead of saying Alhamdulillah, instead of acting Alhamdulillah, what do? We do everything that is wrong in the celebration. 1, mingling. 2, you said what? Dress code, or dressing, keeping the hijab, keeping the everything for the whole world. Why did I say for the whole world? Social media. With the click, everybody is seeing. We do that. We dress, and I usually ask, the husbands are not jealous? The husbands are not jealous, but they are happy. My bride is looking this way. Everything out for everybody to see. It's wrong. From that time, you are taking away the barakah, taking away the barakah, taking away the barakah. Instead of saying, Alhamdulillah, you are saying another thing. I don't know what it is. We also engage in lots of wastage. Lots and lots and lots of wastage. We want to do this, we want to do that, we want to do this, and so on and so forth. Probably now, because of the poverty and the economic crunch, maybe all the food is being eaten. But all the food that is provided is too much. On a plate, what more do you need, my sisters? Protein, the food, maybe 2 types, vegetables, and what? Maybe moi. What more do you need?
Soft drink.
Eh?
Juice or soft drink.
Drinks. I said on the plate.
Okay.
On the plate. And then drink water or soft drink and so on. But this course will be brought, another course will be brought, another course, I don't know, 10-course meal. Is that not wastage? It's wastage. Because my wedding should be the talk of the town, should trend, to use the terminology, it should trend. Hashtag whatever. The wedding should trend. So we go to all lengths to ensure, which is wrong. Again, also, some people do card admits. We all do card admits, but how? The Prophet ﷺ said, you should do the walima and invite people without segregating. This one you don't invite them, this one you invite them. Right? How do you do it? Ensure that everybody that feels that he or she should be invited is what? Invited. Circumstances may make it that there are people that may not be able to go to the event center or whatever. But the most important, like I keep saying, the principle. Ensure you adhere to the principle. Ensure you adhere to the principle. Don't discriminate others. But if there are others that, when you are celebrating the wedding, everybody is involved. That should be involved. I hope it is clear. But we have our cultural, we have our contextual ways of celebrating. And when we come to say, the last one is a very pregnant sentence. Apart from intermingling of the sexes, completely avoid and prevent anything unlawful or displeasing to Allah. It's a pregnant sentence, go. There is so much. The way she dresses, the music. Because what is the ruling with regards to music? Guy imams now. What is the ruling with regards to music? We engage in any form of music? No. We know that it is daf that is allowed, Yes. Imitation of other religious traditions, the white wedding, wearing the white gown, the cake cutting, and even explanation of what the cake is, what it signifies, what is whatever, and all those things. Everybody, in all our contexts, we know the things that we're imitating, we know the things that are wrong. Can we mention some? 1 or 2? Yes? Okay, I have some. Can we mention 1 or 2?
Yeah.
Yes?
Now, the instances where the bride and the groom are made to sit together in the public.
Made to sit together.
Yes. They were taking pictures, they were holding hands and hugging.
And hugging. And
You
the
may kiss the
contract
bride.
has not been sealed. The DJ. Oh, DJ, is it MC? Firdaus, I'll come. The MC
Kissing in the public.
will tell you, okay, tell her you love her. Okay, groom's
And they will
mother,
do,
come and dance. Bride's mother, come and dance. Where is the haya? Where are the principles? Firdaus? In the mouth. When I mentioned the issue of the cake. So all those, I can't see the name. Zuhair.
Premarital photo shoot.
Eh?
Premarital.
Premarital photo shoots. Yes. Premarital photo shoots. I don't even know what to say about that. We all know. We don't even need to say much.
Bridal shower.
The way Hindu, Lepe, to. There's also some discussion with regards to Lepe.
discussion, please.
There's a lot of discussions with regards to Lepe. It depends. Imam Abbas was saying that marriage has been made so difficult. Now, every girl, or most girls, they want how many boxes, how many millions of gold, how many whatever, how many super works, how many, and so on and so forth. And if I've recently, a marriage that was expected, a marriage proposal was dissolved because of Lefi. Provision of shelter, clothing, and food are the what? What is accepted, the what is accepted by the wali, is it not? But what happens is that this lepe is overemphasized. I will not say stop lepe, but what I will say, if I were the one, is let the bride meet her lepe in her house. Why is it that all those, and you will see, if she is supposed to meet it in her house with nobody seeing it, all those multiple aquatis will not be made. What is it for? It's for Ria. Yes, it's for Ria. But in my experience, some of the bride's family will say, it must be broad. You understand? We had a situation whereby we said, okay, we'll do the lepe, of course, but we'll not bring it. She will meet it in her house. Yes. But the bride's family said no. It must be brought, and all the people will come together and they will see what has been brought for their daughter. So we need, all of us, that is why Imam said we need to do lots of awareness for the people to understand the negative implications. So there are so many, the MC that you don't share anything, any values with him, but he will determine the success, the failure, what happens on that day. He determines whether you are closer to Allah or not. Because he will tell you, come and do this, hold hands, dance, do that, do that. Why are you calling MC? Whether male or female, why are you calling them? Before the eras of MC, sorry for the communication people, before the eras of MC, we were officiating our marriages ourselves. And now, we can also use our sisters or our brothers. We don't need to mingle. The brothers, after already, they can go and do their reception, eat and go. MashaAllah, angama. And for the ladies, you can do your own walima. And a sister that understands your values will do and it can be fun. You can do games, halal games. during the walima, you can do halal games. But we tend to close our initiative. If we don't follow how it is done, it will be interesting. It will not be interesting, it will be boring. But we have tested it. It is possible and it can be done. Recently in Kano, a group of sisters we came together and we wanted to show, after the individual doing when it comes to you, to show that halal marriage can be conducted. And people were invited. It was a demo, not true bride, but a demo. And people were invited, and it was demonstrated as a true simulated, so to say, with the entertainment that is halal, without pictures, without the cake, without, and so on and so forth. All those things that are haram or imitation taken away, officiated by a sister that understands the values of their values, without mingling, without just the normal music, but the allowed music, nasheeds, and so on. And now we have the nasheeds. We do. Even those that are doing music, they will use musical instrument and they will use vocals. The same song, the same lyrics. So it is available, unless we don't want to do it. Ask our moderator, because she's showing me 30 minutes. Marriage and spousal relationship in Islam. It is a sacred bond between a man and a woman which enables them to fulfill their innate nature. We are born on the fitrah, and the marriage also enhances or fulfills our fitrah of being good and doing good to achieve their purpose of creation. That is for nothing but to serve Allah, to worship Allah and be guided by Him. The Prophet ﷺ has stated that when a servant of God marries, he completes half his religion, half his deen. Then let him be vigilant in the remaining half, fearing God therein. That being vigilant in the remaining half, fearing God, is a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Building the marriage and the other aspects. So it is not just that, okay, I've completed half my deen, I relax. There are so many objectives of marriage, but mainly for the pleasure, for procreation. Because the Prophet ﷺ has said, marry and procreate so that I'll be proud of your number. There is also child upbringing, and there is pleasure, where the Prophet, again, in the Quran, it has been stated, you are what is the terminology? The clothing. What's the name? The Arabic terminology. Libas. They are the libas of each other, and women and perfume have been made beloved. So the best thing to hold is a pious wife. There are several importance. It's not exhaustive. Why I keep saying it's not exhaustive, because we have our own personal experience, and there is something that you see. It's important, but it is not stated. So it's not exhaustive. Preservation of faith, religion, and chastity. Basic importance from the objectives that we mentioned. Enjoying love, mercy, and security. Pleasurable way of increasing good deeds. Like Hafizuddin mentioned, cohabitation haram, marriage halal. This one you earn halal, you earn reward, and the other one you earn bad deeds. Living a harmonious life, it gives you peace, it gives you harmony, and so on, and following the way of the prophets. Deserving Allah's help, engaging in a lasting relationship. Note that today we are with this, tomorrow we are with that, and so on. There are so many rights and duties as well as obligations. And I think we all know them. So I'll just skim through. The spouses are brother and sister in Islam, hence they still have that responsibility of being brother and sister in Islam. They need to engage in kind treatment and compassion to each other. They should put themselves in the position of others. The Prophet ﷺ has said, love for your brother what you love for yourself. They need to be companions, friends, and helpers, as stated in Surah Al-Baqarah and other verses of the Quran. Love, compassion, and kindness from the husband. It is the sunnah of the Prophet. We have seen various cases where the Prophet has indicated, has manifested compassion to his wives, kindness to his wives, love to his wives. And the same thing, love and compassion and kindness, respect and kindness from the wife. The wives of the Prophet, Aisha, Hafsa, and the rest have indicated and are serving as role models in respect and kindness to the husband and to each other. Each of the spouses should not wait for the other, but should be the first to perform their own duties, their own responsibilities. Because marriage is an ibadah for her, it is an ibadah for him. So you don't wait for somebody to worship Allah. You just go ahead. You'll not be waiting, okay, I'm waiting for him. I'm waiting to see how he's going to behave. I'm waiting. And that is where the shaitan will be changing things. For instance, apologize first. Don't wait until he apologizes. You can apologize first. Communication and trust are very essential. You see communication again. Do not just assume. Do not assume. Do not assume. Avoid suspicion. Avoid suspicion because it will deal with the marriage. And suspicion is difficult to eradicate. Avoid as much as possible fault finding. You are just waiting. Instead of be proactive. Okay, don't do this. Like the prayer we talked about. As-salatu khairun minal. Whatever one is doing. Rather than saying, going out to pray. I knew it. I knew you were not going to pray before I come back. So you see the difference? This one is fault finding. This one is being proactive. So it is important. And do not shift responsibilities, waiting for the other to act or to do something. You know that you are not going to do. Remember, with stress and shared responsibilities, so it is important. Again, responsibilities, now separating that of the wife and the husband. Maintenance for the husband, protection of herself and her honor, company and intimacy, services and help, discipline. For the wife, submission and obedience, taking care of the home, protecting his interests in the home and outside, serving him, making herself pleasant to the husband, bearing and rearing of the children. But these are not mutually exclusive, as discussed earlier on. Then some of them are not mutually exclusive. Tarbiyah in nurturing the family. We talk about discipline, we talk about training, but I prefer to talk about tarbiyah. We know that when we say tarbiyah, it even encompasses education. So, and the family is so important, so significant, that it is not just to say, muna nema mun karba and shikenan, it is done, go and live, like we talked. That family needs to be nurtured, needs to be taken care of. It is delicate. So it needs to be taken care of, it needs to be nurtured, it needs to be looked after. What happened? It needs to be looked after. It's not showing. Okay, that one is not showing. The parents play an important role in introducing their children to the world. The outlook that the children will form towards life depends a lot on the parents. Remember, the children are born on the fitra, and it is the parents that will turn them into a Magian, a Christian, or a Jew. So their attitudes, their views, religious or otherwise, their perspective on life and its goals will all be gained from the parents. The best thing parents can give to their children is good character. The Prophet ﷺ said he was not sent but to perfect good character. Tawheed shapes the beliefs, ethics, and ways of thinking, which enables effective tarbiyah. You see us coming back to Tawheed, because, like we said, it is the basis. Train them to love the Quran and the Prophet ﷺ, and to always come back to the Quran and to the Prophet ﷺ. Instilling psychological strength and courage. Love them, raise their self-esteem. Don't denigrate whatever they do. Don't take away their self-esteem from them, but rather nurture the self-esteem so that they know themselves, they know their self-worth, and they know that they are human beings that are worthy of respect. And how do you do that? You talk to them, you engage them in discussions as human beings, not always disregarding them. These are children. They don't know anything. They do. And they have feelings. And what we do as parents affects them. And it makes them to be who they are. Inculcating a sound superior thinking. Seek their opinion. Of course, seeking their opinion is age appropriate, right? You just don't come and talk to a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old and talk about who should we vote. Does she know? Or does he know? Or rather, no. But there are small things, maybe regarding their toys, regarding food, regarding, okay, what should you wear? You bring out. This, you are trying to teach the child that their opinions matter. And then they will reciprocate when they grow. And they are the ones taking decisions on your behalf, taking decisions about you. So it's important to seek their opinion, engage them in guided decision making. What are you going to wear? You bring out 5 dresses, they choose. They are making the decision. What do we buy? What do we eat? You give options, they choose. So this is guided decision making. Teach them to have a clear Tawhidi worldview which has mutual benefit to all. Teach them to be responsible by assigning roles. Remember I talked about roles earlier on. Assigning roles between the parties shares responsibilities, and I said even the children, we need to be assigning age appropriate roles to them. From simplicity, and it goes like that. And also teach them to own up to issues. Whether they have done something wrong, let them own up. Let them feel free that if they own up, it is not heaven and earth meeting together. You know how we react to the breakage of a plate? And we will raise all noise, and the child will be afraid. Next time a plate is broken, will that child come to tell you? He or she will hide it. Next time that child does something, try to hide, because mommy or daddy will be angry. What are we teaching that child? You said it. how to lie. We're teaching them to lie, to be experts in lying for something that shouldn't happen. Yes, it is not good to misbehave. If you break the plate, you know that things are difficult. Please, next time, be careful. Please, this is how you are supposed to do it, and so on and so forth. You can even talk to them, but in a way that they will feel, okay, this is correction. This is not over-chastisement. I hope it is clear. So that the next time they break the plate, they will come and say, I'm very sorry, it slipped, or something this happened also. Say, okay, no problem, don't do it again. I hope it is clear. But if we shout, if we overreact, we have taken them somewhere again. We should also teach them delegation. And when we delegate responsibilities to them, we follow up, we supervise to ensure that they are doing it correctly. If there is need for correction, we correct, we modify the delegation. But you just don't delegate and take your eyes away. That is not delegation of authority. Inculcate the values of reliability, trustworthiness, and consistency. Give them responsibility and expect that they are going to do it, well, no matter whether it is picking the debris around or what, at least give them that responsibility and rely on them. You will not do it, you will not ask somebody, I thought I asked you to do it. I'm expecting, so by your time you do today, tomorrow, they know that you are relying on them to do that response. So you are teaching them reliability, trustworthiness, and consistency. Teach them, don't confuse them. Remember, who was talking about something and I said it is confusion? Is it Fatima? Sister Fatima, I think, were you the one, or Sister Aisha? I can't remember. But don't confuse them. Don't give them these instructions and then give them another instruction. I thought I told you to do this. You should, and so on. You will confuse them. And that confusion will continue. Be consistent in what you do and how you train them, how you give them the tarbiyah. Be consistent. Don't be changing your positions and your values. Teach them to respond to each situation on its individual merit. Learn to say no. If they are engaging in a tantrum, engaging in this, learn to say no. No. Yes, but not now. Yes. Yes, later. There are several answers, but it is not always yes. I hope it is clear. That is very, very important. Also, teach them to be proactive, to be proactive, not reactive, not always waiting for somebody to do something. Let them use their values, the critical thinking that you are teaching them. I keep saying age appropriate. I hope it is clear. It's age appropriate. As they are growing, you are adding, so that they are proactive. If you send them, or if you ask them to do something and they see that there is something that needs to be done, but you didn't say they should be trained to be able to do it, and when they come back to tell you that, I also noticed this, and I have done this, and you say, Masha Allah, Allah yayi albarka. I hope it is clear. So that is important. Encourage them always when they do good. And when they do something wrong, try to show them the implications of why that thing is not acceptable. Show them how to manage their emotions like anger, desires, through Tawheed. That is through not just to be angry for the sake of being angry, or not to be just to achieve their desires whenever they feel that they want this, they must get this, or they must achieve it, and so on and so forth. We know that the Prophet ﷺ is mainly angry when the rights of Allah is encroached upon. inculcate in them the act of sharing, listening, and moderation. Children nowadays are very selfish, very self-centered, because we have pampered them to such an extent that they have everything that they want. Whatever we can afford, we give them. And we forget, while we were growing up, we used to share. We will share whatever, but now each and everyone will be given because we have. So we will give them. And that has taken away the act of sharing and the skill of sharing from the children. And they don't listen. I don't know whether the fathers and the senior sisters or brothers, you have a guest or you are taking to, and somebody, Mama, you must give them attention. Stop whatever you are doing and give them attention. You have to teach them to learn to wait for their turn, to learn to respect what you are doing, and to be able to listen until it is their time, and to listen well and for moderation. That is very important. I am taking, maybe because the other sections are not as loaded. When we go to we'll stop whenever. Yes. Islam does not require perfection from parents, but a willingness to accept the responsibility of modeling good, acceptable behavior. You don't have to be perfect. You are who you are. But if you have a habit that is not very good, I don't know whether you know Shatta. He said, is it Shatta or Anacho or whatever? He said, when you do wrong, you know you do wrong. Right? So, it's not expected that you are going to be a perfect human being. But you have some negatives. Go beyond them. Correct them for your own benefit and for the benefit of those that will be looking at you as the mirror. I hope it is clear. Because you are the mirror, you are the role model, and their mentor. They emulate you. So it is important to model good, acceptable behavior. Like we mentioned, correct and timely conduct of salah, having a good moral character, knowing how and when to greet. There are many. Inexhaustible, there are many. I just give this as an example. As a parent, find justification to what you are doing and why you are doing it. To focus on the why side of your actions, check if the things you do for your child or with your child will make Allah happy, or the other way. If what you are doing is wrong, then stop that. If parents are doing that, will we have situations of incest? We will not. Nowadays, parents are not comfortable. The spouses are not comfortable sometimes with each other and their children. Subhanallah. The place where you are to be most protected is the place where you are most violated. Also, keep checking if your actions align with your goals as a parent or family. Parents need to take into consideration the unique qualities, personalities, dispositions, and gifts of each child. They are also different, unique people, individuals. And the way, just like we talked about the spouses, the man and the woman, and what makes them tick is different. It's the same thing with the child. Is the spouse, the man or the woman, is it not a child before? So the approach differs. Even within your household, the approach you will give for this person is different. Like I usually give an example. I have a Bashir and a Sadiq. Bashir is timid, not timid per se, but not very outgoing. Sadiq is over outgoing. So I always draw Sadiq back and I draw Bashir forward. I hope it is clear. So that is how parents are supposed to do. the approach is different for each child. And then even us as parents, for those that are experienced or have children, you know that the way you handled your first or second is not the same you are handling the rest. You have become matured, you have grown, the perspectives have changed, you have grown softer. For the first and second, it's not easy. Because then, hey, I'm a parent, I want to see that I do this, I do that, and so on. I don't know whether it is my experience. So, what may work with one child may not be effective with another. It is also imperative to remember that our children are our greatest test. Al-malu, zinatil, and so they are also going to be our test, and they could be, we should protect them from fire, from hellfire. So we need to continually ask Allah for assistance. Aisha, do not share. I've seen some mistakes, typographical and whatever. I will make the correction now and then give you. For assistance and guidance for both ourselves and the children. This is a most effective and powerful tool in tarbiyah. The parents have the vital role of raising sensible, virtuous, responsive children who will then lead the society. That is the essence. For them to be virtuous, to be sensible, to be responsive, to have the capacity, to have the skills to lead the society. It is easier to bear children, but it's difficult to raise them well. Somebody said it is easier to train children than to mend broken children. In that lies the challenge for all parents. Nurturing a family, just the last slide, effectively requires a solid marriage. I keep coming back to it, based on love and commitment, consciousness that it is an act of ibadah, understanding, compassion, teamwork, sense of responsibility. So there are exercises, just one exercise. You will moderate the exercise. Come and moderate the exercise.
So we start. I hope we are ready. Okay. So do you say yes because you do not want to argue with your kids? Does your child often have the ability to manipulate the situation to get what they want? Do you often find yourself giving in to winning? Do you feel that everyday responsibilities such as chores around the house, etc., are not a necessary part of child development? And this goes to the gentleman. Yes. I know someone who do not allow his male child to work but go to madrasa, and then the female child works at home. Yeah. So that's all. Okay. Okay. Are your kids prone to throwing fits in public? Do you understand that question? Okay. Are your children rude and disrespectful to you or to other people?
Yes, yeah. I've watched the video on Instagram. She hears the recording. She has said it.
Does your child watch more than 2 hours of screen time a week?
Hey, a week.
Yeah. Especially when they are disturbing. You just on it for them. Does your child Does your child play video games every day? Do you think it is Do you think it is no big deal if your child has a bad grade in school every once in a while?
It's a big deal. Hey. Hey.
So I want to ask a question. Is a child allowed to fail, like naturally?
The child will be forced because their capabilities and capacities differ. But we need to encourage them. What are we trying to show? This one, if you say it is not a big deal, then it means you are not making your child to work hard. And that is what we are trying to do, to make our children understand that you succeed when you work hard. Of course, it is not every child that will get all the A's. It's not every child that is an A student. But working hard is not also the same thing. So that is what this is trying to show. We need to encourage our children to work hard.
Do you often let your kids do things because other kids' parents allow them? Other kids' parents let them?
Comparing. Sometimes you say it's the trend, so there's no problem. A good example, a parent, your friend or your neighbor or your boss or whoever traveled and they bought clothes for your child. And that clothes is those, because that is the trend over there. The knee is torn, here is torn, it is whatever, and you allow your child to wear that. Two, one, because the neighbor is the trend, or because the neighbor or whoever has bought it, or whatever. This is against your value. It's against your value. Why should you, because they feel that it is their own trend, to wear? Allah has blessed me. Why should I disregard that? Okay.
So we'll take some questions before lunch. I think lunch is not ready. We take 3 questions from the gentlemen and 3 questions from the sisters. Yeah. So in the 3 questions, we have 1 for Imam, reserved. 1 for Brother Usman, reserved. So only 1 question is left. For the sisters, we still have 3 questions for you. So starting with Imam. Please, questions should be brief and concise, clear. Clarity.
Thank you very much. My question is on the closure after engagement. So I'm asking if you have a situation where a lady has multiple proposals, how do we close them? Especially when it might happen that the lady is confused and she's not able to make a choice for the multiple proposal, how do you help her to close it once the moment the proposal is done is closed?
Should we answer or should we take the questions?
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Yeah. Okay. Assalamu alaikum, Prof. Okay, please. You talked about courtship and engagement. So, if you are engaged,
Please, who is asking the question?
I am
Are you also Osman?
Yes. Yes, I'm Osman.
Okay. Okay, so you continue.
Okay,
So
I
the
thought
third question will come from Brother Osman, and then maybe when we come back, the other questions will flow.
Okay, so my question is, after engagement, for how long should courtship take before the actual marriage?
Okay.
Before the marriage? How long before the marriage?
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. I want to know what's the best way or the best method to raise children upon the fear of Allah, instead of using the word do and other stuff.
Instead of?
Using the word do, fear, I'll bring do if you don't stop this.
Oh, okay. Any questions?
Salaam alaikum. Please, my question is, during courtship, is it haram for you to be using some profane utterance during conversation?
Some perfume?
Profane utterances. Maybe talk about sexual intimacy and stuff with the person that you're going to get married to.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay. So please, my first question has to do with what does a daughter do when parents are being tribalistic? In terms of maybe the lady likes someone and the parents are saying, because the person is from this tribe, I'm not permitting you to marry from there. And the second question is,
Salaam alaikum. Please, you made mention of Siga in the marriage contract. I want to know what it is about.
So we'll go for lunch break, and then answers, when we resume, we'll answer them. Sure. Reserve it for second session. And for the gentlemen, the committee said I should tell you, the bachelors, don't ask questions. So we are going for 1 hour break, lunch and Zohor. Food is ready. Kindly go out for lunch. Thank you. An hour break. So 1:40.
I'm even concerned. that.
Eh? Lagi. Yang. Kau orang ini zoom yang kah? Okay. Next call. Ini mah aku baca kan. Options, yeah. Bibiani can say.
What do you mean?
The show was Duba, can't say Bibiani. Check it with memories and camera.
Camera. Madam, hurry up. I want to take one. Where is my phone?
Take one.
And this I am going to cut my why auntie?
What the hell?
Hey, what's up? I know the one of the
I'm a statue. Please give me my phone. Where is the phone?
It's in your bag. Why you said I should put it?
You said you were coming for something.
Okay.
Yeah,
Where is your bag? Mr. Speaker.
Video.
Huh?
Video.
Yes. Different one. Channel family video.
Video.
Triple IT. Oh.
Don't fire us out. Take your mother.
A triple I fifth international.
Triple variety users.
RIC triple IT Inter School 2022 Kumasi University. With my malam, my
I just need because oh, video take it. Al Farouk. Malama. Fatima Fumaka.
affiliation.
Triple IT.
Triple IT Inter School number 5.
2022.
I will miss China Magalo.
It has come.
Yep.
for me, I think is the lack of counseling before marriage. People enter into marriage without even knowing what they are going to do. They see it as a telenovela. You come, we enjoy life, we do pictures and all that. But as to what it entails, that is why most of them, in the first week or month, they are not patient. Then you see their stories start coming out. But when they realize that it's ibadat, that they are coming to do, not for the sake of each one of them alone, but for the sake of Allah, one. Two, if the person is concerned about the responsibility of the second party on him, not the responsibility of the second party to him. That is to say, what is my duty as a man to my wife? Have I fulfilled that before complaining of my wife's responsibility to me? That is what we lack because of lack of counseling. When you meet people who marry and you ask them why are they married, you'll be surprised that they can't even answer why. I saw her, she's beautiful, and that is all. Or I saw her, she's from a rich family, that's all. Oh, she's an Hafiz, that's all. That's the kind of woman I want. Oh, she meets the kind of structure I see, and that is it. I believe when we have a counseling section before marriage, like what our speaker yesterday talked about Malaysia. Before you marry, you have to go for a course. That should tell you that you are orienting you into the field of marriage, because it's not something that I'll enter through this door and come out from that door. I enter here and I stay there. Whatever is there, I face it. And I leave the rest to Allah. I believe this is the reason for my end.
Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, I think I will start with what Jamal is saying. Counseling is very, very important. And that is one thing we lack in our community. And most of the times when the counseling is done, they don't do it for the men too. They do it only for the ladies. And as to the duration for the counseling is also very important. You don't take just one day and presume that a girl is going to know everything about the first night, her relationship with the husband and everything. So I think that is one point. And also, I think it's about time that the imams and the leaders in the community also have a consensus or a support, because sometimes the girl may not be interested in that extravagant lifestyle, but the aunties, those around her, her mother's friends, mothers join these kind of groups. They call themselves, they have all sorts of names they call themselves. They are in support of these kind of lifestyles. But then if the girl is having a community outside of a family to step in on that particular day, because we see it happening a lot in Cape Coast, the imam step in. So my organization, for instance, Daida Muslima, we have some mothers who spend weeks and months talking to the girl's family, the man's family, on how they think the marriage will be ideal for them, for the marriage, not the married day. So through the counseling, not only to the married couple, but to the family as well. And if there's no community like that, I think the imams or the leaders in the community should also step in.
have become shallow-minded. We don't even know why we are getting married in the first place. And that's where it brings us to the issue of tawheed and ikhlas. You don't even know why you are doing this in the first place. And you don't understand that you are starting a whole life. And we are just, because we are shallow-minded, we are interested in what will I look like on the wedding day? What will my friends say? How will my family perceive? How should how should I look like? And nowadays, if we're all witness, we want to look like celebrities on our wedding day. Yes. And even though you see a girl or a boy, he has been raised in the Islamic way, but on his wedding day, like it's like they always go like, oh, you okay? It's only today. So a Nikabi takes off the Nikab and she appears something different. Yes.
What she's saying that sometimes it's not even about the lady. Now, I don't know whether the ladies have the voice to be able to say, I will not be able to ask you. I follow a friend who married last year in Ramadan. She came up as a lady. She was there in essence in Kumasi. In the month of Ramadan, we were there. The small group, the marriage was complicated. Only for us on the way going, but she didn't fast. I don't know what to do when I do. Why did you pray? Because they are not eating. There was no food prepared. But my auntie said. Whether it was early marriage or not, like she finished, she conceived at the point of washing, starting point of washing. Excellent result for her. And she gave her, while at the point of her, the medical team, she went beyond the 3 hour of stage. And they were like, we have to go through the stairs. We called that person, yo, let me remember, I can address you. I'm not going to cover that. Like, every time I use the people to talk about their own safety and the situation. You don't know, you just think about what I'm doing. So, my friend, you go, let me go to it. One of them, 125, they got that one that I have been there for the last week. So we also have to do the issue of the faith, what you also believe in. But you are here only speak. It will take extra effort for you to be able to get that influence in our community. I assume the picture I'm seeing here may not be those that we see picture. So please, it's very important that that should be again. Single attached, no attached, partial, impartial. Like I told you, people got right from this house. On the house of people like not the way so we understand after the left, that reflection of that, oh, that guy, that lady. So any other, yes.
So the men, I don't know whether because of that they tend to be, they're not God fearing. Some of them, most of them. They'll do anything.
They only advise the women and leave the men. Yes.
So it's like I think there should be a group or something.
It makes them feel like Abiza. It makes them feel like they are doing the ladies favor. Yes.
They should have a group or something that will advise themselves that we are also getting married. If something, just put the fear of God in you before doing certain things. But most of them, they'll be like, everything happening and stuff. And it's really hurting. Most of the ladies are going through a lot because of that.
Otherwise, it is actually correct that the advice normally goes to the, if you don't want to, but when you are going, you Allah will tell you should, all this one. Is it true that, so what happens to the guys that when they have? What happens? Don't we have any element
the men.
Thank you very much. On this issue, once it has to do with experience, we do not want to say this person is wrong or this person is right. But through experience sharing, we will be able to get the right kind of knowledge. On the issue of counseling, what I want to say is that the prospective couples should take it upon themselves and engage experts who can counsel them. You, the one getting married, make sure, because your family, they are thinking of the pomp and pageantry that is associated with marriage. And then after the marriage, they are going to leave the two of you and your God. So it is up to you to take your own destiny into your own hand. Whilst people are planning about ashad and other stuff, make sure that you and your, your guy, go through the rudiments of marriage. What we see outside marriage, wallahi, is not the same thing when you get into the marriage. In the final stages of, we at the cantonment mosque, in the final stages when we are, leaving you to go for marriage, we tell you that in the early days of marriage, there will be a lot of regrets. Seriously. You would think, you would ask yourself, so is this the man who proposed to me? Yes, you ask yourself. And the man would also ask sometimes, so because we hide our true characters, but now we are seeing the reality. One of the virtues that we have to also, values that we have to look at. No, I made two, all the two. Yes, because somebody gave his heart to you, and very early, he is seeing disappointment. The fact is that as much as you have won the battle and taken the lady, there were so many people in that particular community who were looking up to marry her. Similarly, you have been lucky to have grabbed the guy, but there were so many eyes from some ladies wanting to grab him. So the moment in the early days, one disappoints the other. The moment some form of disappointment sets in, if you are not careful, seriously, you will pack everything and go home. A lot of ladies have packed on the, not divorced, but they have packed on the quiet few days after marriage to go to their family. And it takes serious, now the counseling that they have avoided, it takes effort and then some kind of counseling to bring her back. So that's the first point I want to make. Please, don't say there is no counseling. Take your destiny into your own hands. There are experts, there are Muslim professionals who are doing it. Look for them. These days, you can even do online. Recently, before the last Ramadan, I did it for a lady in UK and a guy in Ghana. We were doing it through Zoom. And we did it for 6 months. They came to the Yarahim Mosque in Accra. That's where the marriage was officially, and even on the day of the marriage, the lady is an orphan. Now the uncle is taking care of her. On the day of the marriage, when she was doing the invitation, she brought her father's name in the listing. and the ankle was this up. That day, the girl nearly melted completely. But you need some effort to bring her up. But we should also not be simplistic in our approach. Beauty is nice. The outward looking too is nice. The inward one, you may not see it, but it has its own manifestation. So let us be careful with the teachings that we had today. We should, be able to move from deliberations to actions. Inshallah, relying on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, things will be okay for us. We are human beings, we are not perfect, but we strive sometimes to perfect our lifestyle. So this is all I want to say for now.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. But Sheikh touched on a point that I wanted to make on the preparation, that the time that we put into, the marriage process when we want to marry. How do we prepare? You see that when you see an athlete perform, it's because he has prepared. You cannot just get up, just wear your destiny and go into a race, and you think you'll perform. You will not perform. We need to put in enough time. Sheikh was saying that they prepared for 6 months. It's just like, I want to strike another contrast between people who go to Hajj. Some of them, they use 3 days to prepare. From our region, like the Upper West region, just a day. Someone is going to Hajj. He has not learned anything about Hajj, the rituals. Then one day, they gather them in a big mosque, and they are teaching them the rituals. And another person who has used a year to prepare, ask scholars, study, read literature, when they go to Hajj, do you think their performance will be the same? No, it can be the same. 1 day is not enough. Even a week is not even enough. So what we should be thinking about is that we need to learn, acquire knowledge about the institution that we want to go into. That is a personal decision we have to take, so that you know the in and out of it. A year. Yesterday, when Dr. Prof. Nal was talking in the issue of Malaysia, they are using a year to counsel people before they go into this institution. It's such an important institution that 1 week cannot prepare you for marriage. It's just not possible. So both sides, men, women, we need to educate ourselves. Some of us sitting here, we are doing professional courses, right? Some have registered to write GRE, GMAT. Is it 1 week you use to prepare? No. And you think you can use a week or 2 weeks or a month to prepare and go and marry? It will not work. Let me give you a testimony. They say marriages are breaking. They are breaking almost every day. I dropped a sister. We're coming from a community. We got to Wa Township. Sister should drop her there. She wants to witness a marriage. A friend of hers was getting married. I dropped her there. 1 month, exactly 1 month after that marriage, she called me and said, "Uncle, do you remember that the marriage has collapsed?" 1 month. It collapsed. 1 month, they divorced. They went their individual ways. A month. Even less than a month. After marriage, 2 weeks, some marriages collapse. As for those that are collapsing a year or two, we cannot even count them. Okay. Another trend, which is not part, though I want to just chip in. Another trend that is emerging in our Muslim communities is our sisters pushing us to the courts. We're going to do court marriages. It's a very dangerous trend. I witnessed another marriage in Accra just a year ago. After the marriage, I was approached to come to court and be a witness. I said, this one day I can't do it. I cannot do it. So please, let us be content with our...
So this question will be answered at the end of the session. Thank you. By me, moderator, at the end of the session. Thank you. At the end of the session, Mommy, please accept this from me. At the end of the session. Okay, so she would. Okay, so welcome back to the class. Thank you very much for cooperating with us. We continue with the third model, but before that, your questions will be answered in the next 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, and thank you very much. I really appreciate the questions and the interaction. The first question is about closure after engagement, where the lady has multiple proposals and she's confused. Which one should she take? I think it is very clear and straightforward. Once, if we are following the Islamic principles and injunctions, we know that once we have taken the decision and we're in the process of khidbah with a person, then there is no opening for another person. This is so in trade, this is so in several other aspects. Once you allow confusion, once you allow this and that to come in, then fitna has started to come in. She should be able to choose. There are some, the Prophet ﷺ has given us guidance. Also, in the time of the Prophet, a lady came to him. This person has offered, this person has offered. What do you advise? And he looked at the characteristics of the people and advised her on that basis. Don't go for this one, he's a bit tight-fisted. Don't go for this one, he is this, and so on and so forth. He has advised. So now, based on the advice and what has happened, and with our elders, and with what we can see, we can make an informed decision that will guide us, and then put our trust in Allah. But to allow confusion, to allow, and that is what they keep telling us. You cannot be able to say that this is the, even him he's looking for, that is not your business. You should not, she should not, he should not. But remember we said, don't make assumption. Don't make assumption. Don't assume that he is looking for. You, the man, don't assume that she is looking for. But as soon as it is, the courtship has been accepted and the proposed groom and the proposed bride, the parents have accepted, let the door be closed. I think that, unfortunately, the person that drew our attention to that is not around. Courtship and engagement, how long before the marriage? I think in this instance, it depends on the circumstance. For others, it can happen immediately. For others, it can happen long. For others, but what I know is that it is important, given the circumstances, given our context, it is important to know each other, to get to know each other. And the demand for getting to know each other differs amongst us. Some will want to, I want to know this, I'm asking this question, I'm asking, are we going to be compatible? Are we going to, others, she wants to tick only 3 or 4 items and she's good. So, like I usually tell people, I have a friend and she's Ibira by tribe. So in their case, they don't drag the courtship and the marriage. As we were growing up, one day she just tell me, this weekend we are going to do marriage. Sir, is that so easy with you? For us, it's not as easy as it is just to say this weekend we are going to contract a marriage for one of my nieces or for my sister, or and so on and so forth. So it depends on the culture, it depends, but ideally, it shouldn't drag too long. But that does not mean that it is wrong. I hope it is clear. But ideally, once you take your decisions, once you are good about it, and things are okay with the families, go ahead and do the marriage. I have read somewhere that somebody said, even the day you meet and you are okay. But it depends on the circumstance. For instance, an old lady or a lady of my age, what zanche does she need to do? She doesn't need zanche, right? Maybe 3, 4, 5, they discuss some issues and clear. I hope it is clear. So it varies. Circumstances varies. I don't know whether I've answered the question. Okay. What's the best way to raise children instead of dodo? Tsoron Allah. Akwai musu tsoron Allah. Yes. Let them understand, let them know that it is Allah alone. So sometimes when they do something, and you ask them, Tsakani da Allah, and they will tell you, yes, Tsakani da Allah. That is the way to show them that Allah is the one, and He is the one to be feared, the one to expect from, the one to hope from, and so on and so forth. So you show them from the beginning that they should not fear anybody. I'm not saying they should disrespect others. I hope it is clear. Don't misunderstand me. But it is Allah that should be feared, should be hope from Him, expectations from Him, and so on. And as they are growing up, you are training them, instill that, inculcate that in them, so that they do not, that will prevent them from lying, that will prevent them from so many vices, and it will instill, like I usually tell my students, that there is Tawheed and Ikhlas is just like an internal policeman inside you. Nobody needs to tell you this is wrong, this is right, this you shouldn't do this. You know, you will not be turning right or left to see whether the policeman or mommy or daddy or an elder is there or not. It is there inside you to do what is right. I don't know whether I've answered the question. Have I? Okay. Of course, during courtship, as soon as the groom starts talking about that, that's a capital X. I hope it is clear. We talked about respect, didn't we? If the groom does not respect you, then even at that stage, then when will he respect you? When you go in, I don't know whether I've understood your question. Is it Rahina? No. What's the name? Aisha? Bilkis. Have I understood the question? Some of my friends that their marriage did not work out, or some acquaintances, when we talk to them, my sister, you need to go, you need to marry again. This prolonged stay will not be good, and so on and so forth. And the usual answer is, you don't know how it is now. When they come, they don't discuss marriage. They either want to go out with you or they want to discuss nonsense issues. So there is no point in attending to them because they are not coming fi sabilillah. They are coming for something, for gratification. So you can see she has taken a decision that this is, and she later got married. But so, which means she was able to filter those that will not come for that, and later she got somebody that was not asking for that but was sincere. So these discussions, because truthfully, my dear brothers, do you discuss these things with somebody you respect? Will you, I mean, I'm not talking about you in particular, but you know, you friends, men talk and we hear each other. You understand what I'm trying to say? Will you discuss that with somebody you want to marry before the marriage? I don't know. Hafiz is smiling. I want to hear your views. Okay?
You will not do that.
Okay. Because you are looking at that person, with due apologies, not as a sexual object. That person is the mother of your unborn children, or he is the father of your unborn children. You are expecting to live together to earn Jannah. Will you talk profane issues with such a person? Even between a husband and wife, there may be some discussions that is very intimate to themselves in a respectful way. Allahu A'lam. Yes. What does a daughter do when parents are being tribalistic? Oh, a very sensitive and delicate question. In Islam, a Muslim is a Muslim. And we are taught not to be tribalistic, not to be racial, not to be all those differential, discriminatory aspects. And we should only look at the Islam of a person. The only aspect is that the Prophet ﷺ talked about also considering the kini of a person. Are we aware of that? Huh? Are we aware of that? Maybe because of harmony, because of different cultural differences that will not harbor for peace and harmony in their life. I don't know. Are we aware of this hadith or not? You don't seem to be aware of it. The Prophet ﷺ said we should also factor the kini. Is it? I have been talking about, I've been using it in Hausa, so now it is becoming something. It's not it. Not the blood relations, the total context, the difference sometimes. The way we translate it is the total context or difference, the cultural difference. Let me give you an example, the way I've been understanding and teaching it. Assuming, somebody asked a question. Assuming, for instance, a lady got married to a person that totally their culture or their level are different. And because of that, they are not able to understand each other, they are not able to relate with each other, they are not able to. And so the harmony, the peace, the tranquility, the sakina that is expected in the marriage is lost. I will check it when we have the next 5 minutes break to give you the full answer. So that is it. In Islam, nationalism and all those things are not considered, are not given significance. Sister, I can't see the name, Amina? The sister that asked the question on Siga. What's the name? Mariam? Rahma. Okay. What I meant with that is the contract where you ask, you request, and you accept. The men, you are the ones that do it practically. What is that? She wants further explanation on that. Eh? And acceptance. Yes. Give her, no, she wants further explanation. Me, I know it, in this instance, I know it and I know it theoretically. But you are there, you do it every day. Yo.
Mohammed Morrison, you came to me asking me to give you my daughter so that you can give it to your son in marriage. Farillan Allah Sunnah and Nabi. So I have given it to you.
Given her.
What's your response?
Na karba.
MashaAllah. So that's the siga.
MashaAllah. Somebody asked a question finally. I think the last question, incidentally, he's coming back. The question somebody asked about marriage registration. But the question is, ladies force a person. Is there a need for forcing? Or have I not understood the question? Okay, let me tell you what happens in Nigeria. Now, in Nigeria, the marriage is contracted in the mosque, or at house, at the home. But because of certain requirements, nationally and globally, we go for registration. The mosque, some of them, even do the registration, the formal registration with the certificate. Sometimes they go to the offices, the government offices, to do the registration. But even the formal mosque registration is accepted for passports, for if NYSC, that is the service, and all those things. And what we have in Nigeria, that is why I said I didn't understand the question. The ladies do not want the registration because it will change their name. You get what I'm saying? But formal registration is required because now it is a requirement for some things that needs to be done. For work, for visa, for passport, for several other things. It is a requirement. What is the situation in Ghana? Yes, sir.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
Alaikum salam.
I think it's quite the same because my auntie got married and she had to go with her husband to live in Australia. But the husband wasn't in town. He was in Canada. So he would meet her over there. So the marriage was done traditionally in the mosque. Then they had to move to the court to sign the papers so that she can get the visa and move to join her husband. So I think it's also a requirement.
So the question I'm asking, what I came to, the discussions I found is that, like, ladies are making or luring or persuading their husbands to do the registration. What is the benefit? Yes, Dama,
yeah.
you have not spoken.
I
Mala
believe,
salam. No,
yeah,
wait.
yeah.
Mhm.
The registration, we have to understand the registration.
Okay.
In fact, we thought that maybe going to court to register, that is it. In Ghana's constitution, there are 3 types of marriage. We see the ordinance, the traditional, and then Islamic marriage. So should in case a marriage issue come to court, for the court to determine something about that marriage, it has to look at which stand of that marriage is. Is it the ordinance, or is it the traditional, or is it Islamic one? So sometimes when we go to register, we don't know what to do there. So we just go register and that is it. So if that marriage has problem and goes to court, the court determines. But if it is registered under Islamic marriage, then they will refer that to Muslim clerics
yes.
to
Oh,
decide
I
the
understand.
fate.
I
Exactly,
understand.
exactly. So the registration matters a lot.
It does. I think we are a bit further than you. We realize that, and our mosques registered to be given the registration. We realized that this problem may occur, the issues of inheritance, issues of divorce, and so on and so forth. So I think we even had a seminar, a workshop, and then those that have the mosque contract marriages, they now got the registration, and it is now acceptable. And it was a bit of a fight with the I don't know which ministry that does it. Is it ministry or commission? It was a bit of a tussle, but there's no problem now. They have been done. So probably that is what I didn't get. Yes. But why are women luring? Is it deliberate? Will they get better deal in the court of ordinance or in the Islamic court? Where will they get the better deal? Why?
Hello, Prof.
Yes.
In the court marriage, you know you cannot marry another one if you want to. In the court. If your marriage is registered in the court, and you are a polygamous man.
No, Ghana is different. We have the Mohammedans and then we have the ordinance.
I mean the court.
Yes. Yes. Even when you go to the court, we have the Mohammedan registration. So that's why the other gentleman, when you go to the court to register, you tell them you are a Muslim. You know, after the traditional one, you are given 2 weeks to come to the court for registration. You don't wait till matters arise and then you feel like registering your marriage. There are processes. You don't just go and register. So when you go, it's like the same thing, you know, with inheritance. The father died and then they have to share it interstate. These are something Muslims don't take serious until issues comes up. And so I think we need to learn more about these things. It will really help us at our various family levels. Yeah, thank you.
I think this has really helped us. When we go to the court, we tell them that we are Muslims and that is our preference. Yes, Imam?
Thank you very much.
go to the next module.
Yes, just to add something to the Mohammedans' marriage.
Okay.
It's called CAP 129, and it's
Okay.
one of the problematic laws in this country.
So,
Because, one, it is the chief executive officer, the MMDECs, that are the register of the marriage. And two, for a priest to preside over that marriage, he has to be licensed by Minister of Interior. Okay? Now, this is the situation that, we don't have licensed imams here. Our imams here are not licensed. But what I know is there are few imams who have gotten authority from the courts that they can officiate that marriages. But maybe in an informal section, other not to delay the lecture, we can look up what CAP 129 into details and the problem. Though there are people who are helping to shape it, but they have a lot of obstacles on their way, because when that marriage is effected when you died, your marriage, your estate will be shared according to the laws of Islam, and you can marry up to 4. But what I know is that that law was promulgated in 1909, and I can bet you not more than 2% or have been able to register their marriages under the CAP 129. But there are more things to do
so
about.
there are two things. Now, two challenges for you, all of you, to advocate for the reform of that CAP 129. You have several capacities, and then at the same time also to create awareness and so as to get as many licenses as possible in the mosque. I think that is what we tried to do, and now we have some mosques that have been given license to officiate marriage and give registration. This thing is not to be. So we are going into, where is it? From there? We are going into the third module, the third section. And marital discord and its settlement, importance of communication, reconciliation and counseling, divorce and polygamy. This, I think, given our discussions, we'll sail through them, right? We have understood, we have discussed, and we have realized and agreed that conflict does occur, and disagreements between the couples, known as nushuz. And this, when it happens, we have to be cautious. We have to be guided on what to do. What do we do? There are several ways And Said asked a question earlier on about the wakil and the wali. What do they do? Is it just after the ceremony they go? That is where their role comes in. They're supposed to assist, they're supposed to guide, they're supposed to resolve, they're supposed to arbitrate between the couples such that the issues are resolved without anybody that is not there knowing. Because in choosing, even if they are not available, the guide is to choose the hakamain so that they will resolve the issue and they will keep it to themselves. You don't want a situation whereby you have a conflict, it has been resolved, and then the story is flying about. Choosing the arbitrators requires people that can I don't want to use the children's word, can keep secret, but basically that is what it's saying. Can keep their mouth shut, will not expose the couples, the confidentiality, they will maintain confidentiality. That is very important. And so sometimes, depending, if just like in the contracting of the marriage, when there isn't people that guardians or the wakil, the leader of the state can serve as the wakil of the bride. The same thing in arbitration, the leader of the state or the judges can serve as arbitrators to resolve. The point, the goal is to resolve the conflict. The point is to resolve the conflict, for harmony, for peace to return to the life of the married couple. In resolving conflict, reconciliation and conciliation and even communication can be employed. The arbitrators can make recommendation leading to settlement, and the juries differ as to their recommendation for divorce, just like we discussed. We gave our various opinions, right? What should we do if something happens? And take that question forward tomorrow so that in one way or the other you will submit it to Amir, and let's hear how he's going to answer it. The prayer question and the recurrence of... Did you get what I'm saying? Okay, so that's it. There are several ways where the wife or the husband does not obey or does not comply with the expectations. So nushuz on the part of the wife, as stated in the Quran, can be seen in terms of negligence of obligation to Allah and to the husband, disrespect, where the three, and the aspect of the striking comes here. But of course we know there are several discussions as to the striking, the manner, the approach, how of the striking. Of course, this particular verse has been misquoted out of context, has been misinterpreted, and so on. But we know that the admonition, the staying away, and the striking as given has been quoted out of context. But those are the remedies. On the part of the husband, harshness, the types of nushuz could be harshness, cruelty, lack of care, neglecting obligation. You see, in the type, because the husband is what? Why is it that we see this type of harshness? This type of nushuz from the husband, refusal to comply with the expectations. Because he is the what? Huh? I didn't hear. The family head. He's the family head, he's the sustainer, he's the breadwinner, the kawamko. And the remedy to that is, again, admonition. Try to understand the reason for his attitude, trying to please the husband and making, is it compromise? Sulh? It's not, is it sulh? You know, it's not compromise. Again, I will have to change that. Sulh is not compromise. So, making sulh here. These are aspects that can be done. Are there? Okay. I shouldn't ask for questions until later. Okay. So, but we have finished, we have touched on these aspects of marital discourse, but this is just a tip of the iceberg. If we go individual, we'll learn so much of the issues that create discord, the issues and the way they are resolved and how they are resolved. But generally, what is the criteria of those that will resolve the conflict? What are the types of conflicts? How do we resolve them? There are some expectations of the wife. There are some expectations of the husband. Is it clear? So these are it. But again, as stated, the solution should not be taken as the solution from the beginning. As soon as there is a problem, disrespect, go to your home. As soon as you see a manifestation of harshness, you don't ask, why is he harsh today? He's not usually harsh. I will not take it. I'm going home. So, we need to give each other the benefit of the doubt. Try to look, try to examine, is this the usual? Or is this something that is out of the ordinary? Or something that may have caused it? And on that basis, you seek for resolution of the conflict or the discord. However, if circumstances warrant, then there can be dissolution of the marriage. If circumstances warrant, situations show that that marriage, instead of leading them to earning Jannah, he or she will rather be earning Jahannam. So that is better to dissolve the marriage than to continue. The talaq is pronounced by the husband, and it must be done properly with kindness. It must be done properly. It has been stated in the Quran, and we have seen how some men misuse that power of pronouncement of the talaq without kindness, without thinking of the feelings of the person that you have living with for the time you were living with before the talaq, and without doing it the correct way. In the research I told you about, the lady told us that he wrote the talaq on the wall for her to read. Yes. He wrote it on the wall for her to read. So you sometimes think, what's, but everything, if we are guided by what Allah and the Prophet has taught us, then we will draw ourselves back from that hotting or that flaming heart. The wife should be in a state of purity prior to any intimacy. One pronouncement at a time and not during iddah. Again here, there are several discussions and discusses by the jurists. Some will say 3 talaqs are not valid. Some will say 3 talaqs are valid. Going back to the time of the Prophet, going back to the situation of Umar bin Khattab and why he pronounced that it shouldn't be, people should not be pronouncing 3 and it means 1, prohibiting that. So it should be done with all kindness and goodness. We know that some people will be angry and they will pronounce the talaq. And then later they will be asking which ram will they slaughter or what will they slaughter? What are they going to do to be able to bring back their wives? Going from one imam to another imam, asking for fatwas. So we need to be, but if in the beginning, despite anger, you are guided by kindness and goodness and doing what is correct, then one will not find oneself in that kind of situation. Even though talaq is to be pronounced by the husband, the woman also has an opening via what is known as khul'i, which is usually initiated by her with the agreement that she gives out to the husband, because she gives up to the husband her mahar or something equivalent. And this has happened as in the case of Jamila bint Sahal, the wife of Thabit ibn Qais. Also, if the wife is not able to do that, divorce could be by judicial decree or request of the wife for harm. There are, when during the marriage contract, when the siga, the Qur'ani, the Sunnah, he's sleeping. Okay. So, angajiko. The wakil and the wali are supposed to go back and tell the groom that toga abunda na karbo maka, right? You are entitled, she's entitled, or it is obligatory on you to provide this to her. So, but then the wife reports that he is not given food, or there is no relationship, or shelter is not stable. I'm looking at those basics that are the obligations of the husband. Or there is beating, or no security. Those are the yardsticks by which the judge will use to dissolve the marriage. But for other things, it is even stated here, for lack of maintenance, darar, absence of the husband, fear of committing illicit relation, oath of ilah, and zihar, etc. Is it clear? Is there any problem? You are not as active as you are in the morning. We are tired?
The yam is working.
You said what? I didn't hear. So, if the husband absconds, yes.
1 minute? Go ahead. Please, can we all be on our feet?
Yes. We need an energizer.
Will you do it? Continue. Continue. Okay, so let's go. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. This way. This way. Again. That's. Kindly touch your head. Your knee. Your knee. Hey. That's fine. So that's just by the way. We can continue.
So, if the husband, we have husbands that abscond. This go, abscond. They abscond. The wife will just wake up, will not find the husband. Either he has absconded somewhere, and he will take years, months for some. So the wife, the Sharia has given guidance on what the length of time by which she can be released using gaiba. And then also, if the husband is not well, or the husband is not giving her her rightful attention, she can also report to request the qadi to dissolve the marriage, because if she is not given her rightful attention, she may seek for it somewhere. That is also another justification. And during the time of the Prophet and there were circumstances when some husbands or the Sahabas equated their wives to the back of their mothers. Or if there is an issue of adultery and they have sworn, each one of them, then they cannot marry and the marriage will be dissolved. For both the male and the female, or the husband and wife, polygamy, depending on the circumstances, is advantageous. One, it is permissible, but it is not compulsory. And it is not compulsory or obligatory, nor is it a pillar of Islam, but it's permissible. It is also the sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and it has been practiced by the companions. Polygamy, like I said, has its own advantages and it has its own disadvantages. But I always say it is an interaction, an engagement of the educated, those that are knowledgeable. Because one needs to know what it is, how it is, to be able to live above that level of we are sharing and taking away from me that jealousy and so on and so forth. But at the same time also, a lot needs to be done by the men to be able to set that stage, to be able to set that situation whereby the woman, we do not feel that, what have I done? Have I not been a good wife? Where is it that I am lacking? That you want to go and marry another wife. The situation is such that if the husband is taking another wife, automatically it means the wife at home has not been there. She has not been doing what she should. She's not sufficient. She's not up to it. Or she's lacking somewhere. We need to correct that misperception. We need to correct that misperception. A man and the makeup of the man and that of the woman are totally different. That is one. Two, the situation we find ourselves requires a situation whereby we should not hold our husbands to ourselves. But even in the Quran, Allah said, marry for if you are going to be just. If you are going to be just, right? Marry 432 only if you are going to be just. Justice does not mean equality. Justice does not mean equality. It means being fair. It means doing what is right by every party. We have seen in the household of the Prophet ﷺ, and even in the verses of the Quran and the Ahadith, that you cannot say that you love two people at the same time equally. But that does not mean you will, but you can be fair to them. You can be just to them. So it is very, very important to look at that. It is the whole work. I'm not saying it is not in the level of the ladies, but it first the work has to be done by the men, by the society. To do what? To ensure that marriage that we are doing, just like we mentioned, is not just for the carnal reasons, but to be able to to obey Allah, to submit to Allah's will, to procreate children that will be next blessed children that the Prophet ﷺ will be proud of. These are the basis. And the situation we find ourselves in the society, as well as if I go in, I'm the last one. Yes, but women have a reason for that. One, they are made to feel that they are inferior. Two, they are made to feel that if somebody comes in, their position, their relationship will change, some to the worst. So that is why I said there is a lot of work to be started by the men, the society, such that we change the mindset in our society. Later, somebody was asking that a lady asks her husband to be not to give her anything but to promise that he will not marry at all. Eh? He did. That's what I'm saying. Who knows tomorrow? Who knows what will happen tomorrow? In fact, he may want to marry because of, she may be the cause, not negatively. She may need him to have a second wife in her own interest. In her own interest. Maybe she's ill, maybe she needs assistance, maybe so many things. Maybe, and so on. So it's not a good decision to say that. It's not a good request to say that your husband should not marry. But we all thought of it. Yes, we all thought of it before we matured. It's true. I cannot. But later, when I started thinking, I said, but that is not the right way to do it. For me, it's better to pray. If she's going to come, let Allah choose the best for me. Yes. So what are the conditions for polygamy? I've mentioned it, justice, and not more than 4 wives. Go around, but limit yourself to 4 at a particular point in time. Yeah. Eh? So what are the expectations? The husband, naturally, the husband is always excited. Whenever, not only husband, all of us, when we have something new, even if it is a veil, and you have something that is more expensive in your wardrobe, because this is new, you will prefer to use it. Did you get the analogy? Eh? Yeah. So, but with time, you will realize that this is not as expensive as the other one. However, sometimes it is changed. You will still find that the second item is more what's the word? Huh? Is it quality? Valuable. Thank you. So it still comes down to our values. Who is implementing the values more? Is it the first or the second? Who is more compliant? And that will be the qualitative and the valuable item. Cool? So, the wife, in terms of polygamy, has this feeling of jealousy, like we mentioned, feeling that she has lost something, a treasure. She's going to share her rights and status. Yes. We're saying what is going on during a situation of polygamy. The husband is jumping with excitement. He's going to acquire something new. It's natural. It's natural. The husband is feeling down. Jealousy, inferiority, feeling of loss, and so on. But all this can be taken care of. The husband is happy, yes, excited, but guided excitement. If he comes to his friends, hooray, alhamdulillah, all of them. But when he is with her, come. Explain to her, discuss with her. Most of the time, but that is also our problem, women. I have seen that if she knows, if he has taken her along, on the issue, there is rarely a problem. But then when you look at the other side, we women play our own pranks. And so men do not like to mention, they like to spring it. And that is where the problem is. But like I keep saying, if we go by the values of the family, by the Islamic values, these things will not have happened, right? We are not saying jealousy and all these things will not happen, because we saw Aisha, we saw Hafsa, and Juwairiya, and so on, right? So we are not saying it will not happen. That is why I said your brain and ours are wired differently. We are single, while for you it goes this way. So, but patience, tolerance, and sacrifice for the sake of Allah is required to weather the situation and lead to success. Are we together? Okay. You see, I finished this one. It's not long. Yeah, we go. So we go to the, do we ask questions or we continue? This one is a bit loaded. We'll continue? Okay. So now we go into the homework balance, the youth and social problems, role of ICT, and strengthening cultural identity. When we talk about homework balance, we're talking about a situation whereby, like myself, like some of us here, we are mothers. We are married women, wives, we are mothers, but at the same time also we are working outside the home. In such a situation, definitely there are some times when there will be clash. Definitely. This sometimes creates problems for us, creates problems for the household and for the family. So it is very, very important to try to have some form of balance that we can have, which will now help us or guide us in our engagements and our activities, and also enable us not to tilt more this way or that way. So that, because if you get engaged in a contract, you are given a job and you are going to do it, you have to do it effectively. But then we also know that our primary responsibilities is being the wife and the mother. So how do we balance between the primary responsibility and the secondary responsibility? So for the effective nurturing of the family, a balance is required, and this balance involves or requires guidance from the Quran and Sunnah, always, always. That is our yardstick. We go back to the Quran and Sunnah to be guided. And planning. How do we plan? I teach, and sometimes I have 4 to 6. Sometimes the semester will spill into Ramadan. And I'm also a level coordinator. And sometimes the SBC, that is the body that will meet on the exams before Senate, will need to go, and some people have not given me their own results for me to input and calculate the results of my students. So I have to work late. Do you get the scenario? So how do I do it? This is not an assumed scenario. It's something that I have passed through. So planning is very, very important. Ensuring that the exam officer gets the results, doing lots of photocopies, planning to ensure that if I will not be around, I will get somebody that I can rely on to help me, and so many. Plan such that, and then even the house, plan that, okay, let us plan whatever we are going to do that my attention will be required. Let me get somebody that will help me to do some of my chores so that my attention is there. I may be at home working, but my attention is not with them, and so on and so forth. Sometimes, even the cooking, because I'm not able to come back, I will buy my freedom by going to one place to buy nice food and bring, and they will be happy, forgetting that I have not cooked. So, and time management is also another way of managing the balance between the home and the work. To manage one's time so that you just don't go to a place, go home, stay at home until maybe I don't want to go out. I feel lazy today. I will not go out early. If you don't go out early, you will not come back early. Sometimes you will not attend, or when you go back, when you go to work, you will stay gisting, or you will go to this place, you will go to that place, and so on and so forth. Not managing your time, not considering that once time is gone, it is gone forever. And if you have not done some things, they will still remain. Time has gone, but those responsibilities remain, and you have to carry. And therefore, you'll have to enter into another time. So time management is very, very important, because we know that the minute now has gone and will never come back. So we need to manage our time, because we are going to be accountable to our time, for our time. Importance, not urgency. We need to differentiate between what is important and what is urgent. Remember the other time I said differentiate between need and want. So now differentiate between what is important and what is urgent. Sometimes something, it is not your own important, it is somebody's important. But you come, quick, do this, quick, please, I need this. Hold on. I also need to finish something. You will notice that when I go to the bank, there is one lady that is always impressing me. No matter what you come with. You say, hello, how are you? She'll say, how are you? But she'll not even look at you. She'll continue on what she's doing. And she'll she'll be attending to the customers until she comes to you. No matter what you say, no matter what you are going to do, she will not attend to you. Your urgency is not her problem. What she's paid to do is her problem. I hope it is clear. So you need to differentiate between what is urgent and what is important. What is important is something that you need to do, you have to do. What is urgent may not be important, but it needs to be done now. But it's not important. It's not a life and death issue. Nothing will happen if it doesn't happen. It's just that it is urgent. And most of the time, we focus on urgent issues rather than important issues. In fact, a survey was conducted. 80% of what we do are urgent issues, and 20% are important issues. Yes, 20% are important issues. So it is very, very important for us to differentiate between importance and urgency. It is important also for us to be efficient, not to be busy. You know, some people like, boom, gone there, gone there. For them to feel that, yes, they are busy. Busy doing what? Busy doing what? So it is important that we consider that have we achieved the goal at the right time with the right resources or not? That is what is important, not being busy. Sometimes you will find that you can be able to achieve the things you needed to do in very short time, and you are done. But some people will drag, go around, trying to achieve just for the sake of being busy. And then they are making themselves tired, in fact, making themselves bringing health issues to themselves. Reflect and correct. Reflect and correct. You're right, you were doing maybe more of urgent, not important. But you just realize, but this is not important. But that is the way we are doing it. You continue. Is that correct? Eh? No. You have realized that this is not important but urgent. So you reprioritize. You reflect. Since this is not important, it is rather urgent. Shall I continue doing it? I don't need to do it. If I have time, I have finished the urgent things, I can do it. But if I don't have time, no problem. You understand? So it is important to always reflect on what we are doing. To reflect on what we are doing so that we can be able to reflect and change and correct what we are doing. It is also important to be effective in time utilization. I think I've explained it together with time management. Utilize our time effectively such that we do not waste the time. We have achieved our goals with the minimal input. That is important. And also avoid procrastination. There is something you needed to do. Okay, I will do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. No, I will not do it today. And then you'll continuously be doing the urgent things when this is important and you don't do it. So procrastination, we know, the Prophet said, is the what? The soldier of the shaitan. So we shouldn't keep moving. We shouldn't keep not doing things until tomorrow or shifting it. When something needs to be done, it should be done as at when due. That is important. And provide for quality family time. There is the need to have time with the children, time with the family, whether it is the wife, whether it is the husband. There is the need to have that time. But now, apart from this homework balance, something else is chipping away at family quality time. What is that? Phone. You'll find that everybody, they are sitting together, but everybody is, and some you'll hear, instead of to discuss, instead of to engage, everybody is engaging with another world altogether. So it is important for us to be conscious, to consciously provide for the family quality time. Consciously. Sometimes we tell ourselves that, okay, let's all keep our phones by the side, at least for an hour or two, or at a certain time we'll not use the phones, and so on. The same thing with screen time. We take away, we don't watch, or at one time, maybe 1 year, I completely switch off the TV. Yes. So manage stress effectively, because stress will now lead to what? Inefficiency. Stress will lead to inefficiency. You will not be able to achieve this one, nor will you be able to achieve this one. And you will be fully stressed. You don't even know what you are doing. So failure in all directions. So manage stress effectively by all ensuring that the balance is kept delicately, then stress will be reduced. Balance also should not be rigid. It should not be rigid because circumstances are dynamic. They change. And if the balance is rigid, then there will be problem. It is not always that results is requested by the SBC and the other lecturers have not submitted their results. Not always. So when it is required, then I will take away some time from the family and ensure that I finish this. And when sometimes the family requires the time, I'll take away from this. So the balance should be delicate and it should be flexible, dependent. I hope it is clear. But all with the knowledge that one has an amana and one has to deliver on that amana. So that's about balancing. Now we go on to the youth and social problems. I mentioned earlier that why are youth vulnerable? Why are we talking? Why are we focusing on the youth? Youth are the life wire, kickstarters, and key drivers of a nation's development. They are also the change agents, physically and mentally very active with high potentials. Youth have the capacity to easily and effectively determine and influence the political and policy process. Very nice, go? But why? Why is it not happening? Huh? Why is it not happening? When our youth are more than the population of our youth is more than the other categories. However, youth are negatively perceived as perpetrators of violence and generally a societal menace. They are mostly drug addicts, illiterates, poor, unemployed, and disillusioned. They are mostly the drivers of the prevalence of social problems, such as rape, sexual harassment and abuse, hawking and its negative consequences, and couriers, peddlers, and users of harmful drugs and substances. They are also the drivers of trafficking or victims of trafficking, gender and domestic violence, kidnapping, armed robbery, banditry, and petty thefts. Is there anything that youth are not involved here? Maybe I've left out some things even. Right? Yes. So they have this positive, but they are more engaged in this negative. Why? Decline in family values is the answer. Decline in family values and an unbalanced education system, which is not integrated with Islamic values, produce ill-prepared youth that are not capable of achieving their purpose of worship and work. Decline in family values and effective tarbiyah and socialization resulted in the prevalence of these social problems bedeviling our societies and the engagement of youth in and around these social problems. So we need to work, and that is why we are talking about reviving the family structure. Negative perception of the significance of the family to civilization, weird and immoral behaviors. We are aware of LGBTQ+. I don't know whether they have added something to it. To QI. I don't even know that one. It's time. Okay, let me finish this one. So You see, I'm even left behind. Negative ideologies of individualism, communism, etc., materialism, weak faith, wrong intentions. Now everything is put under the measure of materialism. Materialism measures everything. Marriage, whatever. And that is why, again, social media, one girl was shown saying that she wants to get married. Married to be taken where? To Abuja? To where? How can you go? Of course, by air. She wants to go to Abuja, that is the capital, to go by air. And that is a 2-year-old. Kungani? So these are also issues that needs to be looked at. So we can do the...
Okay, so we are taking 5 minutes break. We'll go out, take a walk, and come back. Thank you.
Almost Asr. Why don't we, do so that we break and pray Asr instead of taking? This is what I think.
Almost Asr. It's almost Asr. Alaikum salam. Oh no. So no adventure. Extreme. Extreme. It's better.
The next section, as noted, is the role of films, ICT, and social media on Muslim families. I think if we have started discussing that, or we have mentioned that in the morning, and the impact is not, it's very, I don't even know the adjective to use. Alarming, outstanding. Now, recently we saw clips of cartoons that are also trying to inculcate the LGBTQ position. We also saw the CEO of, what is the name? This children's station, Disney, clearly saying that they are even going to increase LGBTQ content in their films and cartoons. Even cartoons that is showing worms or animals, you'll find that there is LGBTQ content, yes. So it's not safe as before, where cartoons are teaching, learning how to share, learning learning alphabets, learning values, and so it's not like that anymore. One, there is the effect of time wastage. While you are looking at this, remember all the values that we have been talking about. You'll find the negatives here. There is time wastage, watching and imbibing negative values, watching and subconsciously accepting negative values, the internet, the YouTube, our computers, and so on. Pornography now can be acquired with 20 naira. You have your memory card with 20 naira, and go and give, and they will put it for you. So how is it that we will not have rampant cases of sexual harassment, rapes, molestations, domestic violence? Everything now, we don't, no privacy. Everything. Remember when we talked about marriage celebration? And we said with the click, the whole world has seen it. And now, if I have not attended a wedding to celebrate with the people and to be with them, I have not attended the wedding, but I will be posting. I will be posting that, yes, I also. And I saw a situation whereby the daughter-in-law did not post the birthday of the mother-in-law, and it created problem. Yes, and it created problem. Instead of to say, no, don't post any of such things. Just, if you are going to post, at least post statements, advices, and whatever. But you did not post me and felicitate with me. There are two things, the birthday issue and then even the posting issue. You see, we have derailed. Now, everything, you can monitor a person, you can assess. If I study the status or the story or the Instagram page of a person, I can be able to say there is a problem in this house. Yes. You are telling the whole world your problem. If you are fighting with this person, as soon as you read the post, you'll know that this is meant for somebody. Why don't you go and meet the person? Huh? Must you involve the whole world? We don't cherish our privacy anymore. We prefer to talk to the world, and we think, but some is ignorance for some. There was a lady and her children were misbehaving in this TikTok. And then her brother came to say, these children are misbehaving. And she started saying they don't like her children. Fortunately, another person has seen it, and she also talked to her. She said, what are they doing? You understand? They just go into the room and play with their phone. Unknown to her, whatever they are doing, they are inside the safety of the room, but displaying to the whole world, whatever, and irrevocable. You cannot bring it back. Once gone, even if you delete, I think what is his name that taught us? Mala Amir, what is his name? Abdul-Hamid, you were not there? That taught us Google. Yes, Najib. Even if you delete, they can be able to regain it. So, I wrote, you will see, I said positive or negative impact. Always, in these information and communication technology, social media, films, and so on, there is the good, the bad, and the ugly. And it depends on your usage. It depends on how you do it. But you have to go by the principles and the values that we discussed earlier, such that the issues of time wastage, the issues of derailing, the issues, all those things, the negative aspects. What kind of films must you watch? If you are going to watch, what is the intent? To learn something from it, or what? So that is the issue. There's lots more negative impact than positive. I mentioned finally that it is important for us to strengthen our cultural identity as Muslims. Who are we? Who are we consciously? Are we confident? Are we proud? Not as in pride negative, of who we are? No apologies? Or are we hiding our head? Not sure of who we are. We need to know. And we need to be confident. Yes, we are Muslims and we are proud to be Muslims. Believing in our cultural identity in terms of education as transmitting cultural values to the next generations. What are our values? If we will know who we are, we will be confident of our values and we will transmit those values to the next generation. Today we are faced with what is called the global village, where something happening or a sneeze in one end of the world would be felt in the other extreme end of the world due to the shrinking of the world as a result of communication, transportation, and the rest media. So despite different identities within the context of secularism, like the issue of the hijab, it happened, and before you know it, like wildfire, it's everywhere, to the extent that now we have the International Hijab Day. And all those that are refusing to accept, gradually, they are accepting. The issue also, another thing that we need to look at in terms of strengthening our cultural identity is the issue of social change. What do we want to change? What do we want to maintain? What is it that is religious? What is it that is culture? What is it that is not useful to us? So, as a process of transition from one social condition to another, we need to critically examine our issues before we decide whether to change or whether not to change, whether to modify, and so on. We have talked a lot about the Tawhidi paradigm, the Islamic worldview. And we mentioned that consciously, in whatever we are doing, that has to be the basis. We need to consider that to ensure that our identity as Muslims is strengthened wherever we are. Also, moral and ethical values of integrity, honesty, trustworthiness are required to guide interactions, as discussed earlier. But there are problems. What we have been discussing from the morning, now we're reaching to the end. And what are the problems? Whether to have the good family values, whether to resolve the discords between couples, to choose a spouse, and so on and so forth. What are the challenges? As stated, we have the jihad in nafs. We have to, it is quite difficult, but it needs to be done. First, we said know yourself. First, understand who you are. First, be selfless. Remember, we talked about all that, so it is important. It is also important to seek for and have the correct and useful knowledge. They say, oh, it is the belief, or it is the expectation that this is how we are going to behave. But what is the correct knowledge? And how are we going to use it so that it is beneficial to ourselves, beneficial to our family, and to the community? Are we together? Weak Iman will not, we have discussed that also, will not resolve our problems, will not lead us to the correct way. There's also the issue of modernity. Remember I said, who are we? There is issue of globalization. So are we to imitate everything? Remember during the wedding celebration, the marriage celebration, do we just, because we want to be modern, we want to belong, we want to trend, therefore we adopt everything that is modern or not? No? Okay. Modernization, we talked about materialism. Now the measure is what? Materialism. The girl is looking for dash, 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 dash. The boy is also looking for dash, 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 dash. But all, not who are the parents, what is the deen, the piety, the righteousness, and so on, as guided by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. No, but by the wealth, by material yardsticks, and so on. These are the guidance. Not marriage. Everything now is measured by material issues. Again, the issue of poverty. Remember, we talked about poverty and how that issues of poverty take away sometimes the ability of the parents or of the husband to make decisions because of issues of poverty. So now the question is, can we make the necessary and required sacrifice? You need to reflect on that. I have some exercises. There are about 3 or 4 exercises. So moderator, how are we going to do the exercises? There is one, this one is on violence against women and children. All the exercises want you to use the values, the Muslim family values, and the discussions that we have had to reflect and to work on the exercises.
Is it going to be written, or they will share ideas?
Which one will be better?
So they are
to brainstorm or to write?
They are in syndicate groups, so they can be in their groups. We have 45 minutes more to end the session.
Okay. So they can go into the syndicate.
So please be in your groups, Uthman, Abubakar, Ali, and Omar. Yes. We can share. Let me see. Let me see.
So we'll take the first four. We'll leave this last one. How do you deal with the intelligent? We'll leave that one. We'll take the 4. Each group will take 1. Huh? Oh, okay, 5. So that you can have some. Yes, final. So we have. This is one group. This is another group.
Okay, let me.
Okay, this is 3 groups.
So you can
group 3. This is group 4. You can leave this one out.
So let me. So Ali, this is your question. Kindly refer to the group page. Ali, exercise 3. You have 10 minutes for brainstorming. You'll be doing a presentation. Omar, this is your question. Othman, your question, please. Refer to the group page. And then Abubakar, this is your question. That's the last one. That's the last one. Okay, so you take the first question. Abubakar, leave the second question. Take the first question. Please refer to your page. So starting again, Ali, number 3. Omar, number 4. Uthman, number 5. Abubakar, number 6. 10 minutes for brainstorming, 5 minutes for presentation. Thank you. Good luck.
Assalamu alaikum. We have 5 minutes more. Two minutes more, please. 2 minutes more.
Okay, time up. Time up. Thank you very much. Time up. Can we resume our seats, please? I know. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So, just resume a seat where you are. So, fortunately and unfortunately for you, the LOC and the lecturer are your judges. Imagine Aisha being your judge. Hey. Me. So, starting with the last will be the first, Abubakar. Yes. A round of applause for Abubakar's presenter. 5 minutes for Abubakar. So, So, course rep, Sobor, you be the timekeeper. But Arabiu, assistant timekeeper. Thank you. Okay, so Abubakar, you can flow.
Alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. So, our question is the first question on the screen, which is explaining the role of parents in the choice of a marriage partner for their child. And the second part, with regards to family life in Islam, and also to suggest ways of bridging the gap between the possible conflicting views of the parents and the child in the choice of the marriage partner. So, in playing a role or a critical role in choosing a partner for your child, the first and foremost thing you would have to do is to have to approach this with a Tawhidic paradigm or the Tawhidic episteme. So everything we do as Muslims is backed by Ikhlas, Tawhid, and also with Ikhlas, we have in our community, we have people wanting to get married because they want to come out of poverty. And that shouldn't be a reason for wanting to get married. Because if you have whatever you have an intention for is whatever would make your marriage nice or kick you out of the marriage. So imagine your child goes into that particular marriage because of money, and the husband knows that this is the reason why you are coming into the marriage. Then the husband or the family of the husband tend not to respect your child. And also, if the money gets to finish because everything comes to an end, then your child won't be comfortable in the marriage. Or even if you are going into the marriage because the husband has power, or if the man is coming into the marriage because the woman's family have power, or the woman is beautiful, beauty, they say, come to an end. So we should approach this with the Tawhidic paradigm. Then the next is, another thing for the parents to do is to investigate the spouse's background. In the investigation of the spouse's background, we can look at family background investigation because some traits are inherited. Some people come from homes where they are aggressive. Their parents are aggressive, or the elders in the family are aggressive, and so on. So if someone is coming from such a background, they know nothing but aggression. That is how they confront issues. And also, you can investigate from that community. Their family can lie about them. But when you go to the community, their relations with the community is what is also a determiner for you. the people should also, the parents should also support their child emotionally and spiritually. And even with the emotional and spiritual support, it should even start before they come to the formalization of the marriage and all. So how do we also bridge the gap with conflicting views between the parent and the child? There would be a case where the child has a choice and the parents are not really comfortable with the choice, or vice versa. So we should look at this. The way we can support the child is to side the child's mind. Again, I'm mentioning the Tawhidic episteme, telling them the reason why you should marry someone. Because parents, they say, where I come from, what the elderly person can sit down and see far, the Nigerians will say, even if a child climbs the Iroko tree, they cannot see it. So they know the reason why they are telling you this. But the parents should find a way of approaching it, telling the person about the stories of the Sahaba and what the Prophet ﷺ did in such situation. Also, in this case, this is an emotional case. When a lady brings a man and you don't like the man, she would be wondering and be thinking you don't even love her. But you should still give her some sort of support by letting her know reasons why she shouldn't go for this. And also, we should look at not making our children know that we don't like this particular tribe, especially if our children have heard us talk about particular tribes before. So we shouldn't toe those lines, inshallah, and everything will be okay, and we are done with this presentation. Alhamdulillah.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a wonderful presentation from
It's okay. Thank you very much. The question said, explain the role of parents in the choice of a marriage partner for their child. You have discussed the role of the parents in the choice of the marriage partner for their child, what they can do and what they should not do. And then, from your knowledge of family life in Islam, suggest ways of bridging the gap between the possible conflicting views of the parent and the child in the choice of the marriage partner. Given the time, framework, and so on, you have touched all the necessary aspects that needs to be touched. Jazakumullahu khairan kathira.
Oh. So there is a counter. Anyway, Uthman, your present.
We finish out the presentations before maybe some comments or questions or something?
Yeah,
or something?
she just gave the comment. She is the only person who is supposed to.
Oh, okay.
For now, we don't have time, please. When we are done, we have a whole session for all your questions, please. Okay? Thank you. Don't be countering too much. Abba. Okay, so Uthman, please. Question 4. Do you need a mic?
Assalamu alaikum. We are Group Osman, and our question is, a Muslim sister who is a lecturer in one of the higher institutions gained admission into the university for her PhD. Her husband did not permit her to go out of the town to pursue the study. She eventually registered with a university in town. In the course of the study, she encounters, it's on the board.
A number of challenges.
Yes.
Ranging from balancing her domestic responsibilities
with study, having to stay late, which the husband detests vehemently to enable her meet her supervisor in financial issues. The study is causing frequent conflicts between the spouses. How can this situation be remedied? And alhamdulillah, as a group, we were able to identify the conflicts from the issues from the question itself. And we identify issues like conflict between the spouses, the lack of communication, and then coming home late as a married woman. And we were able to identify that some of the ways which the woman can, and we all are actually in that same situation. We identified one of the remedies to be, number one, balancing domestic responsibilities. So that has to be with notifying, and she already knows her domestic responsibilities from her schoolwork. And then so in order to be able to balance it, she has to plan. Planning adequately will help her. And then we discussed the issue of time management. Time is very important. Time spent can never be regained. And so whatever you are doing, you have to pay attention to time. And that has to do with the quality time for family, and then also time for study. So giving time to every single important thing in your life, and identifying what is important from what is urgent. Yes, like we learned a few minutes ago, 20% of what we do in our lives is important and 80% is urgent. So being able to identify this as seekers of knowledge and women, it can help us if we find ourselves in this situation. And with the issue of coming home late, Islam itself, it's always preaching security, especially for the woman. So in order to, if she's able to plan adequately and manage her time, she'll be able to deal with the issue of coming home late. And alhamdulillah, we have technology. So with technology, she'll be able to not only come home early, but she can do her work. We have all these machines at our disposal. And she can be at home and still be doing her schoolwork as well as her domestic chores. And we have the issue of, I think that's all. Thank you.
Looking at the question, there are two issues embedded in the question. There's the issue of balancing home and work. There's also the issue of nushuz, conflict between the husband and the wife. We're expected to discuss these two issues relating to the lecturer who cannot. You have given the discussions and some of the ways, the technology and so on, to resolve the two, more or less. But going forward, pick out the issues first, then discuss the issues that we are trying to look at. When we talk about balancing home and work, you look at, particularly for this lecturer, and some of the issues. Like you said, she can beg her supervisor so that they can work online. She can also plan her time, reduce stress, and so on and so forth. Some of the tips we gave regarding the balancing home and work. And then the issue of nushuz. She's having problem because whatever she does, the husband is not happy because he doesn't want her to engage, even though she's working, to add more to the work. Not necessarily that he doesn't want her to have the PhD, but he feels her time, more of her time is to the work outside than to inside. I hope it is clear. Well done. You have done very well.
Omar.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Jama, first of all, I would all like us to say Alhamdulillah. Let's all say Alhamdulillah. Because you, by the time I will finish, you all appreciate the Alhamdulillah I'm asking us to say. That is not for anything, for the gift of Islam. Yes. That is why I say Alhamdulillah. Our question is saying that we should explain with illustration from the sources of Sharia and practical experience in our society how Muslims couples should live as partners in our matrimonial and then the best of couples. By then, let me just stop as we can say and go. Allah has explained this to us in the Quran. And now they are saying sources of Sharia. Our sources of Sharia, we are taught, is from the Quran. And now we are going to derive our source of these verses from the Quran. When you go back to Quran chapter 3, verse 102, where Allah said, Ya ayyuhallazina amanu taqullaha haqqa tuqatihi wa la tamutuna illa wa antum muslimun. You know, we might have all experienced how weddings are being officiated. Whenever they are going to officiate a wedding, these are the verses our ulamas use to officiate the marriage. And there's one unique thing that repeats in these particular 3 verses. One from another ayah from Quran chapter 4, verse 1. And then the other one from Quran chapter 33, verse 70 to 71. That is Surah Al-Ahzab. All talking, repeating, or when they are about to officiate wedding. And there's one common verse or ayah that is repeated. Taqullah, taqullah, taqullah. This means this is the main ingredient that is bringing the two of you together. And whoever pay attention to these particular words that are being put us together, or that is being bind the couples together, is expected to live an absolute and then successful marital home. And if you are able to ignore these particular keywords, they are not just being recited for anything, but they are recited for a purpose. And if you really pay attention to them, you are definitely going to live a successful marital life. And if you go contrary to them, definitely you will have a challenge in your matrimonial home. So this is what all of us should pay attention to, according to our explanation with experience and then practically said to us. I think this is what I will say, and our brother Romesha will also participate in that.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalam ala Rasulullah. What my brother mentioned about taqwa during when they are tying the marriage. There's another ayah after the marriage which says, وَمِنْ آيَاتِ أَنَّ خَلَقَكُم مِنْ أَنفُسِكُمْ أَزْوَاجًا لِتَسْكُنُوا إِلَيْهِ مَوَدَّةً وَرَحْمَةً إِنَّ فِي ذَلِكَ الْآيَاتِ لِقَوْمٍ يَتَفَكَّرُونَ. Well, this ayah actually explains after the marriage how you are going to live together as husband and wife. Because the way you met your wife is not the same thing after marriage. This ayah, mawadda, is the initial stage of your meeting. And after mawadda, children start to come in. Now, rahma has to take place. When rahma takes place, now the issue of the physical appearance of the woman changes. You still have to use the rahma to still take care of her as your wife. You don't have to now start looking outside and say, oh no, my wife, when I knew her, she wasn't like this, but how come she's... You forget that because of your children, that's... So as a husband, when you use this ayah, mawadda, the initial stage, there are rahma as the second stage. You live as couples and you never have any problem, isn't it?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. What about the second part of the question? Do you think majority of the Muslims couples today are living up to expectations in accordance with the Sharia? I didn't hear any of you
Yes, I think I mentioned, I said those who will be able to live according to the Sharia or the ways that are used to bound it, when they live according to these particular ones, like it is saying that you should express to speak nice words to each other, so that if you are able to cultivate this particular life, you will be able to live a successful life. And if you don't too, I think you would. But majority those of us who are practicing it are living a successful marital life. Because
Thank
I am
you.
one of those living it,
Thank
inshallah,
you.
with
Thank
practical
you.
experience.
Thank you. Well done. This is excellent. So which is the next group? You have called Abubakar Usman. I think it's Ali.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so our question has got to do with domestic violence. That is being assaulted by the people that you least expected that they would abuse you. So it could be between a husband and a wife, or even a family member and a child, because it could be violence against a man or a woman or a child. And the second point is the stigmatization surrounding these incidents. How do we then protect it? How do we protect the dignity of these people who have been abused? So if we are to look at the values of an ideal Muslim family, we have to consider patience. And before I go to the point, we all should know that marriage is an ibadah. It's an act of worship. And Allah will never burden you with something beyond what you can bear. Allah will never overburden you beyond what you can bear. So the first value that we will consider is patience. Trust me, if you have patience, in Allah is always with the patience. If you are able to have the patience and the quality of forgiving your partner if the person abuses you, I think you can move on to the second point of considering compassion. Some of these people who assault others may have a past history of their parents abusing their mothers. So they may need a help from an external party, perhaps a psychologist or someone who is an expert in that field. If you have a compassion for an abuser, you'll be able to support him, give him the strength or the help you need. That is if it doesn't go beyond a particular point. Another value we also consider is empathy. You try to put yourself in the shoes of the person. If a wife is to annoy her husband, no matter how severe the offense is, if the husband is to put himself in the shoes of the wife, probably he may come down to the level of the wife and see if he can handle the issue in another perspective. The same applies to the person being abused. If you're able to put yourself in the shoes of the abuser, you may realize that he needs help from outside. Another point we will consider is accountability. If someone knows he or she is going to be held accountable for everything she does, probably he knows that the wakil or the wali is going to be brought in if something is to go wrong. That person will always be on his guard. And also, if the abuse is so severe, accountability will make the person realize that if I go beyond a particular point, I may be arrested by the police, because we live within the confines of the law. Another point value we also consider is setting boundaries. You don't open your doors to any family member. Some of the children are being abused and even sexually assaulted by their uncles, just because, oh, he's just my husband's brother, he's my husband, he's my cousin, he's my this. If you're able to set these boundaries, any person coming from outside your homes will realize that these are the boundaries I don't cross. Another point we also like to consider is, so I think it has all got to do with these 6 values that we would like to stand on, inshallah.
Thank you very much. You see, this question is loaded with so many things. And that is why you see a desire to go into the values, going into the group. It is so much loaded. You'll find the issue of family values there. You'll find the issue of culture of silence. And culture of silence is further breeding these perpetrators of gender-based violence and the violators. People don't want to talk because they don't want to be stigmatized. The daughter will not get married. They will point finger at her that she has been violated. And it is not her fault. If there happens to be pregnancy, they will say she has an illegitimate child. It's not the fault of the child, nor is it the fault of the mother. But the person that is supposed to bear the brunt of the fault has gone scot-free, and they, as the victims, will continue to bear the brunt for life. So this is, sorry, can you go back to the, where is the, it's the question that I'm more...
We'll change it.
Oh, he went back, he went.
Yeah, the engine room.
Okay. So the culture of silence. And because there is no disclosure, there is silence, there is stigmatization, they keep doing it. But what worries me with regards to this issue is that the society keeps condoning it. I don't know whether it happens here. It will happen in a community. Instead of the community members to put themselves together and ensure that that person is penalized or is dealt with, they will not be saying he's the son of this person, he is our son, Uli, please. Does it happen here? Yes. But don't they see it that today it happens to this child, this person's child. Tomorrow it can happen to their own children. But I don't know when we are going to be able to break this. But we have to. If we don't, we will kill the family structure. It has not happened to us or to somebody near us. But if we don't do anything about it, it will. It will happen. And then also there is the issue, a debate. I will not go into it, but there is this debate that I will leave you with. The issue of marital rape. Yes. People are talking about it. But is there rape in a marriage? There are verses of the Quran that have been cited into the issue of intimacy and the fact that she is not well, probably, and so on and so forth. So these are issues that I will not go into, but I will leave you with it. Next time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well done, Group Ali.
Well done, Group Ali. Okay. Thank you very much. We have come to the end of today's lecture, and we have a special exercise for the whole class, requested by your school reps, an exclusive interview with Professor Aisha Abdul-Ismail, and inshallah we'll go for a cell break. When we come back, we are going to have that interview with her. Prepare your questions. I'll be the moderator for that interview. I'll be the moderator for that interview. Prepare your questions. It shouldn't be so personal. It can go, but not too personal, please. And every questions are allowed, except her own personal lives. You can't dig in. Yes. Myself, I'll answer them, but please, okay, let's be clear with our questions. Don't dig so much. Don't be so inquisitive. Okay, we have our own challenges here in Ghana. Allow us to face that, okay? Nigeria is different from us. But she can give us what, the reason why perhaps we are a bit back, or we are still trying to get to where they are. Okay, but let your questions be clear, right? Okay, so let's be on time. And I'm giving you 20 minutes for Salah. Thank you.